Hello， 大家好，欢迎大家回到白虎大师频道，让我们一起继续游戏。我们继续上次的任务做，然后，现在的任务让我们看一下啊。我们还是做这个主线任务，镀金的笼子的后续的一些任务。现在他让我去这个地方，就是位于这个目前我站的这个地方附近呢，有一个考古的一个地方，需要我来这儿拜访一下。应该就是前面这儿。
From day to night, Aiden stands there, recruiting non-rebellious.
我无意中听到，只有成为雇员才能进入挖掘现场。一个叫艾丁的人正在西区的旧城市场招募新工人。他脖子上有疤，而且他只招精英的工人。看来现在进不去。
You're being an eyesore.
太阳。西区的旧城市场，看看。这是老城市集，我不知道这儿是不是这地方可以啊？西区，我们先来这儿看一下，这儿行不行？这边有没有商人？他说得上，如果没有的话，我们就去那个老城市集。这走反了。应该在这边，在这个房子的，是这儿。不对，不是这儿。我看一下，我们还得去那个老城市集那边看一下。我们先去传送点。操，这些人他妈说话就哼哼哼，也不知道说什么，不用语言交流，他妈奇怪。我看一下啊，在这个，这是一个市集，我们来看，尽量看一下。有个带疤的商人，这人脸上没疤。
Don't miss out on my unique clothes. Let's pick something that suits you. Don't leave. Take one more look.
Oriental rugs at a good price.
带疤。May I ask you something? I can't help you, friend.
带疤的商人，是你吗？
Stop blocking the view.
哇，这么牛逼啊！哎呦，这大巴商人去哪儿找呢？我看一下。爱丁的人，西城的旧市场，旧城市场，爱丁，来看一下，是哪个人叫爱丁啊？鞋匠。土耳其公头，脖子上有疤痕。
Stop blocking the view.
可能是这个人，我大概猜测。这些都不像，这些都。
Come, decorate you. I'm afraid I have nothing to offer.
Don't pass by. Welcome.
看一下啊，只有成为雇员才能进入挖掘市场。看，
Welcome. Let's pick something that suits you.
工人围裙，是不是得用这个装备啊？我看一下。
Don't leave.
对，招募工人，是用工装。
Let's pick something that suits you.
我们是买一件租一件工装，看能不能去用一下。哎，哪儿去了？啊，在这儿。
Be careful with what you've taken.
Oriental rugs at a good price.
有没有工帽啊？哼，我们应该戴这个海盗帽进去。试试这个。
Don't leave. Take one more look.
哎，
Let's
还
pick
不行。
something that suits you. Be careful with what you've taken.
哎，看这个行不行？
Stop blocking the view.
还是不行。操你妈！你让我他妈戴什么
Come.
Nice affordable clothes. Let's pick
戴什么帽子
something
能
that
进
suits
去？
you. Be careful with what you've taken.
Sir, kind sir, might I see you?
这回可以了。
I am not buying.
Ah, that is the thing. You won't waste a single mangear. I am a digger, you see, and I have heard of a dig site so deep it clogs your ears. I want to be there.
Why are you telling me this?
I have heard of a man recruiting for such a dig. A man with a scar, such as the one that you're hiding. And your boots are dirty with the deep clay I am so familiar with. Oh, I hope it wasn't too rude of me to point that out.
You have a good eye. And you just want to dig? Dig deep and that's it? What's the catch? Are you in desperate need of money?
Oh, there is no catch, sir. I won't even ask for advance pay. Just give me a shovel and I'll dig a hole like you've never seen.
Huh. Is that so? Well, I have to ask you an important question first. Would you be fine working for Brits?
英国佬肯定是完全没问题。
I am all for them.
Well, you say that, but can you prove it?
应该是喝茶吧？
You know how much I love tea? Once I drank so much of it, my eyes turned brown.
Fine. You're a fan. I'll give you that.
I can also speak in limericks.
Please don't. You might be a little bit weak in the head, but a natural bone digger with a keen eye is what we need. Take this permission slip and go to this address. The guard will let you in and check with the professor once you're there.
多谢。好，发现我们这福尔摩斯多才多艺啊，居然会模仿这种类似难民吧，就是外国人的这种口音。他要用一个正宗伦敦腔，估计一下就被识破了。我们现在去这个位置。
Stop loitering and get inside.
还老子接进来，你还蛋逼个球啊你蛋逼！
Newcomer, talk to the professor first. He's the old fellow with the glasses and the plans.
戴眼镜的，是你吗？啊，就是。
Where's the fire in your eyes? Where's the smile? I am sick and tired of seeing apathy among the new workers.
Sir, believe me, I do have the spark. I want to start work straight away. It's as important to me as it is to you.
Ah, that's the spirit. I'm on the verge of a great discovery.
When was the last time you saw...
Young man, you're disappointing me. I'd like to see a bright career for you as the best digger on the island. Don't ruin it. We'll talk when you find something useful.
How did you meet me?
Don't ask questions. You'll have to find the answers yourself. I'm not a nanny. I'm a busy man who is changing the course of history.
I am ready to work.
Splendid. Do you know what I am working on?
Archaeological treasure. You're hoping to find something priceless, something that will change our history.
Bravo, young man. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's true. We're looking for Vitus Lemonius's tomb.
I'll help you. That is my goal as a worker.
Good. Listen to me carefully, then. I hate repeating myself. I am Professor Swift. We have 3 rules here. Don't touch anything. Always return the tools. And don't distract me unless you find something.
Sounds simple enough. Are you the only one in charge here, Mr. Swift?
Yes, I am the only one and no one else. You hear anything other than that, it's a lie. People of your kind can have difficulty understanding who's in charge. Take a minute, memorize my face, and then get to work.
Oh, I will definitely take a closer look to memorize my superior.
啊，这是2篇文章。他利用所有的资源来寻找这古老的遗址，只是出于他对历史的知识的痴迷。他不关心自己的外表，也不关心在研究过程中偶尔受的伤，比如左臂的手肘的伤。他珍藏一本日记，详细记载了他的生活。亚瑟·斯威夫特牺牲了几乎所有的一切去试图揭露更多关于过去的事情，但他到现在却一直徒劳无功。看他这个面相应该属于追求知识的人，不太像贪财谋利的。我们就选这个追求知识的试试。
I wish I could be as passionate about something as you are, Mr. Swift. You value knowledge and dedication over everything else.
It's a long road, young man. A sharp eye and attention to detail are the only stepping stones along this path. You have to sacrifice everything you love for the larger prize.
Exactly. So much in life is superficial. I wish more people would understand.
I never heard a truer word, lad. Folk will ignore what truly matters in life, and for what? Convenience.
Bold words indeed. I doubt that many scientists would be willing to support their bragging with fieldwork.
The academic world is full of restrictions. Our honorable professors are too afraid to dirty their hands. God forbid if they have a stain on their shirt. You can follow in my footsteps. You can start learning by returning to work. Show me what you can find. Take a shovel and dig. Don't touch anything here. Get back to work.
你又来休闲来了？
Let me warm my bones here.
冷吗？这天气？这什么呀？
Straw dolls. Eerie, but effective for a scene recreation.
Oh, I want one of these. Or two.
Oilcloth. Won't fade and waterproof. Enough here to make 10 sails and more.
我们看看下面有什么。这好像是一个像个墓穴的通道啊。
Swift lost his temper when he learned what happened.
哎，好像能偷听的说话。
Swift lost his.
工人们在挖掘现场发现了一尊戴狮子头盔的雕像，它原本放在离海滩最近的基座上，但有人把它移到了边缘，结果雕像摔碎了，而那尊底座仍然倾斜着。那我们继续探索一下这片区域还有什么可以值得有用的线索。什么呀这是？哎，头发狗能捡吗？捡不起来。这什么？一本书。
Sharpest pickaxe. A guilty pleasure of the real archaeologist. Missing your Laura, Mr. Swift?
Hey, a word about the trilogy.
Right then, you literary expert, you, what was so important about these books? Or did you simply need some thinking?
It's inspirational. I have a plan. Are you listening?
I wish I wasn't, but I am.
So, we catch a monkey, a langur, for example, then we extract some blood from it.
What? Why?
It will make us forever young, Sherry. Page 127, the second book.
Oh, I am so done with this.
No, wait. Then how about we make a wax statue?
I've stopped listening, John.
那我们找到了所有的巴祖卡的书。3本终于齐了。
Live in amphoras. I see nothing else here.
上面是什么呀？哎，这能过去吗？这儿还能过来？这里是什么？有一尊雕像啊，我们看看是什么。
A sickle for harvesting. The ancient Romans honored the seasons. A goddess? A mother? Someone's wife? There were 4 statues here originally.
I wonder what the 3 other statues look like.
我们探索一下这儿看。哎，这墓碑可以，这什么呀？这是
Somehow the text remains legible. Let's see if I remember my Latin.
4个基座附近的铭文翻译为维特斯安西在附近，那些想扰乱他睡眠的人要当心了，因为他有他兄弟的凝视和秋风在一旁守护着。调查遗迹。我们需要更多的线索，让我们从那边下去看看去哪儿了。
Let me warm my bones here.
Not while
Take a
he can
shovel
see me.
and dig.
Not while he can see me.
Take a shovel and dig.
This reminds me of my father's room. A plan for this whole operation. I see now. Mr. Swift didn't realize the significance of the statues.
来复原一下这几个雕像的位置。
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
It seems everything's in place. Now, let's see what this has to tell us.
음, 这边完成了，不错不错。哎，你在这儿干嘛？
Working and living by the sea. What a dream.
你当悠闲啊，躺这儿看大海了。这边什么都没有，要能到那儿就好了。
Here is your discovery, Mr. Swift. Hey, look at this.
What have you found? Don't let anyone touch anything there. Eureka! I found you, my friend.
那你们找到什么了？哇，那人残骸啊，牛逼！我们现在调查一下那个人的桌子，看就是什么。动物学畅销书《象牙和象鼻对大象行为进行了最严谨的科学描述》。这本书对这种动物生活的分析几乎是百科全书式的，无论是在野外还是在圈养环境中。其中一个至关重要的章节就是大象的交配季节，在这个季节里，它们变得极其危险。此外，这本书的特点指导如何与大型哺乳动物交流和互动。这什么
A box of darts, handy against rodents of all kinds.
毒飞镖
Trying to take over my research, are you? I come here to pick up my diary, and I find you snooping around. Explain yourself.
Mr. Swift, if that were true, I would have been on my way to the newspaper. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself properly.
Outrageous! You deceived me, sir. What is the reason for your being here? Who sent you, Mr. Holmes?
Theodore Gilden's premature death brought me here.
Theodore is dead? How can that be possible?
I'm thinking of all the possibilities, and I'm not crossing out anyone who might have been involved. Even his elephant. The land you're excavating belongs to Mr. Gilden, does it not?
Did I hear an accusation? I have nothing to hide. You can ask me whatever nonsense you've prepared as a token of my diminishing respect towards you.
Very well, Mr. Swift. I appreciate your cooperation. When was the last time you saw Mr. Gilden?
A couple of days ago, we discussed the site. I believe in the tomb and its secrets. Theodore's patience was stretched, however. He was already inventing new projects. It wasn't a long conversation. I suppose that his daughter will inherit everything now, along with all of the eccentricities and problems.
And not forgetting Goliath.
Eccentricities and problems, Mr. Holmes. One of many.
Were you at the site this morning?
Affirmative. This project is taking a lot of my time, as you see. I spend more time underground than on the surface.
When did you learn about Theodore's death?
Just now. You just told me.
And you aren't surprised, shocked? I won't tell anyone if you shed a tear or two. Weren't you partners, after all?
We were. And it is a real shame. But I've seen too many deaths in my life, Mr. Holmes, for the news to truly shake me. Will you allow me to return to my research? Or are you insisting on remaining an obstacle?
Oh, I haven't even started yet. What's with this box of darts? Is it for a scientific argument?
A little darker than that. Rather for killing the kind of rodents that might nibble.
Let's just say I have to protect myself against a larger animal, such as an elephant. Might it be enough to stop it, make it faint?
If I were you, I wouldn't bank on it.
You have a weakness for nostalgia. Or, rather, do you use it to record a list of enemies?
Young man, you need to check your moral compass. Reading another person's diary is a sin in every culture that I can think of.
But you aren't answering the question.
You've already read it. Why bother? I simply record my life to keep my memory clean from misinterpretation. Letters and pages don't lie.
But the writer of the text can. With this book, you attempted to plan an attack on the elephant?
Your insinuations are out of place. Goliath is a frightening animal. All I wished to do was to understand the creature. As any scientist would do, I researched, analyzed, and drew conclusions.
And what conclusion did you draw?
That Theodore Gilden made the animal miserable. He couldn't provide the proper environment for the beast. My interest in the subject ended there. I've nothing to add. I'm a busy man.
As far as I can tell, you're a man of the academic world, so this book about Nabe and Laura is just an empirical study?
What? That nonsense? I'd prefer to lose my eyesight than read such trash.
So, you know nothing about it?
I know nothing. I wish I'd never heard of it in the first place, this caricature of science.
Do I hear traces of envy? You're still relatively young, but you might find your own, Laura.
Perhaps I envy Nabe, for I cannot simply blow people up for distracting me. That's all. You happy now? Wonderful. I'm a busy man.
What's with this intricate recruitment process? Pro-British workers charge less?
As a head of this organization, I need to secure a productive environment. It's impossible to do so if there are political differences, especially here, where the native population doesn't support our efforts to find the ancient artifacts.
Decent pay can also stimulate productivity and shut down any political discord. Hadn't you thought of that?
You're young. You have time to fritter and fight with everyone you meet. I don't have such a luxury. Our workers receive enough pay for what they do. So don't start a discussion you know nothing about. Moving on. Moving on.
Your partner had a very specific attitude towards the things he treasured. Was this habitual for him?
That would have been too much even for him. Don't get me wrong, he had a harsh temper. Like a true businessman, he was ready to burn his competitors to the ground.
But threatening someone physically would have been something new even for him, am I correct?
Absolutely. Besides, I had never seen him this angry. The fellow who received the letter must have been extremely alarmed. I'm a busy man.
Gilden's elephant is quite an unusual addition to Cordona's fauna. What is your scientific opinion on that?
No matter how much Theodore loved it, it still remained a wild animal trapped inside a stone pen. Goliath needs savannas, fields, lakes.
I'm sure that Goliath did not have a plan to kill his owner to head to the savannas. What do you think?
No, animals don't kill in a typical sense. I can only presume that it tried to protect itself from captivity, from Theodore. It was a gilded cage that was predestined to break.
Remember one of the rules? It seems that you didn't return a tool. Is this knife yours?
Do I look like a fellow who carries a knife? I don't need it.
There are plenty of uses for it on the site, and outside of it.
I have other people to cut ropes for me, Mr. Holmes. Moving on. Moving on. I've nothing to add.
Have you seen this person before? The one beside Imogen Gilden?
No, but he's with Imogen, so I suppose that he's a friend of hers. That girl always has her head in the clouds. I could have said Theodore was different, but that wouldn't have been entirely true.
Away with the fairies, was he?
That's one way of putting it. Either way, I don't know much about Imogen's life or her friends. The type of elite that pretends to be educated. Moving on.
Did this plan cause a rift in your business relationship with Theodore Gilden?
Nothing like that. Admittedly, we didn't share a common vision of what is more important, the past or the future. In my opinion, we can't build a future without knowing the past.
So you wanted to save the tomb of Vitus here, or perhaps your control over the research?
Only the knowledge that rightly belongs to humankind, nothing less and nothing more.
终于全问完了，收集关键证据。 那我们需要去成功坊，在哪儿啊？啊，这是考古现场。要在这儿，我们需要传送到格兰萨连南部。
那是。
We can become pirates and show them what should be stored in here.
那你还在跟这儿待着呢？我们需要什么东西啊？
It might fool an elephant.
啊，用它追捕。
We can become pirates and show them what.
This fabric will work.
Mrs. Nini seemed to know her sewing inside out. Oh, I bet she missed us.
I hope Miss Nini won't misunderstand me.
我们现在去追捕歌利亚。先把我们这些行头换一换，太恶心了，太寒酸了。还是我们的吸血鬼造型帅。我们现在看一下。 妮妮夫人，斯卡拉奥街启示录和圣三一道十字路口，这好像之前去过，就那老太太开那个裁缝店是吧？我看一下，圣三一道应该在这边附近吧，这附近吧，就是我先设定到这儿，然后我们传送到科尔多纳警察局。哦，在这儿。
Good day, madam. I I've come to you with a special requirement. The tailors on the street can't help me, I'm afraid. Could you make a doll for me?
Oh, Senor Holmes. You taught the police how to do their job, and they found the thief. Of course I will help you. But what sort of doll? A child's doll, such as my great niece might play with?
A little larger than your typical doll.
Signore, I don't understand. Boy, girl, animal, and what color?
Animal, a passionate, perhaps amorous animal.
Ah, Signore, you talk in riddles. I am an old lady who's seen it all. Tell me what you need.
I need a life-size elephant.
I think Mrs. Nini outdid herself with this one. Is that a tail?
That's a trunk, John, but I must agree with you that it's a masterpiece.
Well, let's not waste any time. I can't wait to see the fruits of your labor.
看一下，吉尔登的院子里的煤做燃料后，给这个娃娃充满气。看一下，就是那个在这儿。行，我知道了。你们走反了。
The game is on.
So, what's the plan? I hope it all doesn't go horribly wrong.
We know that the elephant is seeking a female. We can arrange that. A doll with the appropriate scent might do miracles.
So, you're a marriage broker. Well, I suppose that makes me a groomsman. Oh, she is a bit breezy, I must say.
Well, Goliath is eager for a single female elephant in his area. It should be just enough for his taste. You'll need to trust me.
Are we ready? I can't stand the tension.
We're ready. Let's call the elephant.
How could anyone resist? I knew a lady once who said just that.
不要放不耐烦呢，好吧，是这个。
Too bad I'm not an elephant. Take your time, Sherry. That deserves a slap. And then a kiss.
And here's our lovesick friend.
What is the meaning of this? Why are you bringing it here? I won't allow you to leave.
I assure you that it is only a temporary measure. It won't be long until the elephant is gone, I promise you.
It injured itself while running through the forest. Peaceful and compliant, almost a gentleman. A feathered fletching. There's something in the needle. This might be promising. The left tusk is larger and more worn. You're a left-tusked elephant.
Want to talk about the elephant in the yard?
嗯，我们去选择这个拯救格利亚吧，毕竟是条大象嘛，也不是什么危险性的动物。
You were right about Goliath. Everyone confirmed your opinion. They all agree that the beast is vicious. The animal wielded 2 tons of rage, and Mr. Gilden regrettably didn't stand a chance. The mating season only served to amplify its temper.
Oh, spare me. That's a little too much detail, thank you. What is the point of this conclusion? How do you plan to use your findings?
Miss Gilden, I know how much you dislike the elephant.
Rather more than dislike. I wish I could have done more to that wretch than just speak of it.
But it's innocent. Goliath did not intend to kill your father. It was provoked, scared, and in mating season. Your father took Goliath's normal state for granted, and in doing so made a mistake that caused the elephant to be aggressive.
Stop it! I already know the answer. I don't need your moral perspective on this situation. I don't know why you wasted your time. I actually did more than you.
Which involved what, Miss Gilden?
A man with a big wallet made an offer to take the elephant away. I accepted it. I was so naive, thinking that it was me who was so helpless. But you are useless too.
I am glad that the elephant is no longer of your concern, but I need to make sure.
I don't care, and I don't want to listen. Thought you wouldn't turn up.
Why is that? Well, I suppose it's the English way to leave without saying goodbye, but I never planned to abandon you.
Because you brought the filthy beast here. Because you did nothing to ensure its proper punishment. I had to do everything, not you.
I was piecing together your father's murder.
There was nothing to piece together. I told you, it was Goliath. I never asked you to talk with anyone. I asked you to find the stupid animal.
Even if my efforts are invisible, that does not mean that I did nothing.
I don't have the strength to argue. These are my father's belongings. They're about your mother. Take them all and leave me be.
I won't waste your time any longer, Miss Gilden. Thank you for your help.
傻逼玩意！那你要是非要不行的话，你自己跟那个大象单挑去吧，你自己解决。什么呀？亲爱的西奥多，你知道我高度珍惜我们彼此之间的友谊。我们有着相同的不安分灵魂，在艰难的时刻能获得你的包容和支持是我的幸运。我永远感激命运的选择，让西格尔和我加入和你一样的探险队，使我的生活变得更美好。然而，我既不是瞎子，也不会装模作样。我知道你对我的感情更加投入了。原谅我，西奥多，但我对你没有那种感觉。趁现在还来得及，我必须及时让你免受单相思的痛苦。请见随信附上的项链，这是你为纪念我们一起探险而精心准备的礼物。凭良心说，我不能再带着它了。我知道这封信会伤透你的心，为此我只能深感抱歉。但我的心在西格尔身上，他还没有意识到你对我的感情。如果这是我们友谊的终点，我能谅解，但我真心希望我们能继续分享彼此之间的对话、合作和仁慈。毕竟，这些是我这些年来的快乐泉源。祝好，我礼敬上。好吧，这是个什么？好像像个什么勋章之类的。
My mother always wore this around her neck until one day it disappeared. I was wondering where it went. She said it was a birthday present from a good friend. I just had another glimpse of a memory, John. It's fuzzy, but I'm sure it happened somewhere in the manor.
Finally moving forward. Shall we go?
我们现在回庄园。
Home sweet. You know I envy you, Sherry.
里面有面镜子。
Talk to other people and they won't ignore you.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it. I had a surprise for my mother. I was holding an ancient Greek vase, or rather, you had a shovel with you, John. I remember now. We dug up the vase from Greek ruins here on Cordona, and were eager to show my mother right away. For some reason, the door was closed. We knocked.
But nobody answered. We thought that she was busy.
So we left the vase and ran downstairs. Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it. Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
I heard footsteps upstairs a second ago. Wait, do we have an attic here?
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it. I decided to gather some archaeological
Home
tools in order to
sweet
take a
home,
closer
Sherry.
look at the vase.
But then we heard something, didn't we?
Yes. It came from upstairs.
The vase was broken, shards scattered all over the floor, and your mother was standing at the door.
Indeed, John. I doubt it was her. Let me concentrate. Otto Richter was standing there, furious at us. Dr. Richter told us never to disturb my mother when the door is closed. He said she had broken the vase.
But we didn't believe him. I bet he smashed it.
那终于能进来了。
Presumably Mycroft never felt the need to sort through it all.
Or couldn't bring himself to.
No. He would have put it behind him and moved on. My brother is not one for sentimentality.
"新区域，让我们来探索一下。
Looks like it was damaged by a blunt object. This room always reeked with an acrid medicinal stench. And here is the reason.
阿司匹林。
This picture was drawn by my mother. I recognize her hand. There's a date on it, 8th of December, 1868.
看看另外一幅。
This seems a bit odd. I can recognize my mother's style, but it's far too sloppy. Dated 12th of February, 1869. It's difficult to tell what this is meant to represent. There's no date at all. Straps on the bed. Just doesn't look right. Seems this was the most frequently used medication. One dram dissolved in a glass of water administered daily, not to exceed 1 dose in 24 hours, not to be given to children.
1869年2月，从沃利到西格尔福尔摩斯，我温柔的西格尔。我还是没收到你的任何来信，只能假设我之前寄给你的信因为你四处旅行而没有寄达你的手中。我希望你身体健康，并已经在回家的路上了。 请原谅我的缺乏耐心，但是没有你温柔的声音和明亮的眼睛，生命似乎失去了意义。孩子们也需要父亲在身边陪伴他们。我看得出来他们很想念你，不过你也知道，麦考夫不是个善于表达情感的人。以防万一你没有收到我之前的信，我想告诉你，我们已经搬到科尔多纳了，请快点回来吧。永远属于你的沃利。1869年2月。
Oh, I would love to take a bath right now.
你现在可以
Not this
躺。
one. Surface corrosion suggests it was prone to extreme temperature fluctuations. For medical purposes, I suppose.
现在能不躺进来了？你也知道它脏啊。
Do you think the doctor could have used these tools here? I hope not.
观察日记：沃利·福尔摩斯夫人观察记录，奥托里·希特医生，1868年5月19日。初步咨询显示，病人有睡眠问题，有焦虑症，还有轻微的记忆混乱。医属每天服用强力镇静剂，并继续监测以上症状。1868年8月3日，镇静剂帮助减少了焦虑发作，但是福尔摩斯夫人现在还饱受紧张症、冷漠和长期抑郁的困扰。此外，病人的神志更加混乱，她开始给她已故的丈夫写信，就好像她还活着一样。我又给她开了6种药来平衡她的精神状态，每周还做水疗。1868年11月27日，目前的药物治疗方案取得了一定的效果，但会产生错觉，导致更严重的记忆混乱。当这些错误记忆被纠正的时候，病人会变得更加恼怒，从而引发攻击性行为。我已经目睹了他对自己家人的几起暴力事件，因此我吩咐人在窗户上装了铁栏，马上把福尔摩斯太太绑在床上。我增加了所有现有药物的剂量，并给病人开了额外的催眠治疗，还有一些轻度的迷幻药。是这个吗？
No labels. I doubt it ever had one. There appear to be residues of the bottle's contents at the bottom.
《一张旧纸，1869年3月25日，奥托里希特博士的检查记录。在上个月里，我请福尔摩斯夫人画了一些风景画。最初的几幅临摹的清晰而准确，但后来的画作很快就开始偏离现实了。看来他的病情发展得很快，甚至可能已经影响了他的视力。我可能需要考虑对他实施钻孔手术。刊登于《泰晤士报》的西格尔·福尔摩斯，1865年8月21日，伦敦。著名的考古学家、鉴定家和历史学家西格尔·莫兰·福尔摩斯过世了。年仅41岁的他，周六在科芬园戏剧欣赏歌剧时突发心脏病。尽管医生尽了最大努力，还是未能挽回他的知觉，并于昨晚6点20分过世。他的猝死对熟知他的一群人来说是个沉重的打击。福尔摩斯先生留下了妻子沃利和2个儿子，16岁的麦考夫和6岁的夏洛克。葬礼将于星期三在圣詹姆斯的海洛特公墓举行，由斯坦利牧师主持。
It's a strange feeling to read about my father's death in the newspaper. I can't recall anything except that my mother loved flowers. They made her
It happened
smile.
before we even
I
met.
remember we would bring a new bouquet
so
every
sad.
week to make her a bit happier.
That's why we
brings back
collect.
some memories.
You're not obliged to be here. Look what I found. The White King is under attack. Sherry, can you save him and checkmate the opponent in one move? You're not obliged to be here, Sherry. We can leave anytime you want. Oh, nice move. You saved the king and checkmated the black king with the rook.
The broken plate shards were all over the floor. Mycroft had to change his suit as the mother was troubled that morning. Something we did upset her. Dr. Richter tried to calm her. We had to put the tray with mother's morning tea down, but why? It's starting to ring a bell. I think it happened in the morning.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
I don't believe you! Liars! Get away from me! It's not true! It's not real!
What? Oh.
Everything will be okay, Sherry. I promise.
It was the morning of the 9th of April, the day my mother died.
他的情况从4月9日一早就开始变得很糟糕，母亲先是焦虑，然后歇斯底里，他肆意地扔着食物，然后对着医生大喊大叫，说他是骗子。乔和我给他端去了早茶，但他开始吼叫的时候，我就被吓到了。我唯一能做的事情就是躲在床边，等待这一切过去。谢天谢地，乔一直在那里保护我，并让我冷静下来。
My mother, she was not just ill, but mad. God have mercy.
I'm sorry. That explains why you locked the memory away.
There must be more, John. That was the morning of her death. I need to know what happened. John.
Every time you... I just don't... Please, Sherry, leave it be.
Just breathe, John. You know that I cannot leave the last stone unturned. We are so close.
I know. But can we at least leave it for another day?
It cannot wait. Let us find another door and finally learn the truth.
That's pointless, Sherry. To date, you have had no control over the return of these memories. It is all triggered by your work elsewhere on Cordona. You must accept that this will have to wait. Are you all right?
In the end, little has changed. My mother was still unwell, just not with tuberculosis. What I do not yet understand is why Mycroft lied about it. There are precious few pieces of this puzzle remaining, John. Let us dawdle here no longer.
Indeed. Wait, did you hear that?
Yes. Metallic souls. What is this sailor doing here?
You're not obliged to be here, Sherry. We can leave any time you want.
Sherlock Holmes.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
You could call me your new game. The rules are simple. I have something for you, but you alone must work out what that is.
And that something is my prize, I suppose?
You're a fast learner, sir.
I cannot believe that Mr. Vogel has somehow successfully called my attention to his gallery. You're here with an invitation to visit it, obviously.
My word, you are fast, Mr. Holmes. Could you explain how you came to that conclusion?
Of course. Explanations are my favorite part of any conversation. Hands without any sign of regular physical activity, in contradiction to one who would most usually wear such a uniform. The paint in your hair is pink. I don't know of any military service that paints their ships pink, unless they have launched a new fashionable fleet. A sailor with the soul of an artist? I would suggest rather a gallery employee disguised as a sailor to mislead me. How many artists on the island know where I live and of my passion for deduction? Werner Vogel is clearly at the top of the list. And you've been attempting to conceal something square-shaped within your pocket. An invitation, I suppose. An invitation to Mr. Vogel's gallery.
That was remarkable, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Vogel was right about your genius. I think he may have even underestimated you. This is your invitation. Please tell Mr. Vogel that the seed has been planted. He asked me to tell you to do so, if you win this little game. Farewell.
亲爱的夏洛克·福尔摩斯，你肯定已经猜到了，我邀请你来体验我的艺术展览，不单单是为了欣赏艺术之美，也是为了让你的天纵才智得以发挥。你可以在老城市集和爱马仕大道交叉路口的商队旅馆里找到我，找到这间画廊，你永远的朋友 VV。
You won't believe it, but Werner's other idea was to put me in a dress.
Home sweet home, Sherry.
我们看一下这个位置在哪儿啊？一格美女。老城市集路和爱马仕大道。 我们先设定在这里。
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I presume.
Correct. With whom do I have the pleasure?
Emilio Estero, happy to make your acquaintance. I am here on behalf of Mycroft, your brother. He is on his way to Cordona. In the meantime, he requests your assistance with a sensitive matter. My orders are to provide you with the details.
You have my attention, Mr. Estero.
Mark Ridley, the son of General Arthur Ridley, is being blackmailed. Suffice to say, the compromising material is of a delicate nature. The matter is of no small importance to the Crown, especially given the status quo on Cordona.
What does Mycroft want me to do? Retrieve the blackmail material?
No, sir, nothing of the sort. Mark Ridley is meeting the blackmailer atop the old city bridge tower. You shall observe from a distance, then establish the blackmailer's identity. Do not attempt to arrest him. We'll handle it from there.
Saving the best for yourself? Fine.
There's a cafe just over the bridge that provides a good vantage point. Please report to me when you are done. I'll be waiting for you here, and remember, discretion is of the essence. Do exercise some restraint, Mr. Holmes. Find the who's and we'll handle the why.
麦卡夫的请求。我们先做，还是先做。行，我看这任务在哪儿？旧城大桥西边。都在旧城，我们去一起把它全做了算了。旧城大桥西边。在这边。如果在这儿的话，我们就把位置设定在这儿。我们传送到港口管理大楼，从这边过去。是在这里面。对了，樱草咖啡店。
Here, grab a seat. You even brought a book, huh?
May I have? Same as always.
You just don't give up, do you?
Come on, let's get closer. We can't see anything from here.
No, too early.
So we're just going to sit here all day?
Patience, John. I have a feeling this is more than simple blackmail. We'll be close when the blackmailer leaves, and then...
Go! Oh, not a pretty sight, this.
What's happened? Oh, who's it?
Head trauma. Fatal. Gravity is cruel like that.
A rather frivolous accessory for a military man. Shame it's all bloody now. He was stabbed several times before he fell. The shape of the wounds suggest a curved blade.
Oh my goodness. Who is it?
A key, and where there's a key, there's a lock.
It's almost like he's dancing.
Dancing the dance macabre. The knife is missing.
No signs of life, no pulse. I'm declaring Corporal Ridley dead.
那我可能看错了，那不是人。这才是掉下来那个人，从塔楼掉下来的。铁质钥匙。
Please move along. The police are on their way. Everything's under control.
Is it now? The General's own son has fallen out of the tower, and not without help, it seems. I need to inspect the scene, and quickly.
The corporal? He ordered me not to let anyone inside without telling him. But now... Wait, are you saying it's a murder?
A brief examination of the body was enough for me to conclude that he was murdered by a blade of Ottoman origin.
You can't possibly be so certain.
Oh, I can be. The corporal suffered deep stab wounds which were inflicted with great force. They were made by a knife meant for cutting, not stabbing. A curved blade, such as an Ottoman jambir or a Gurkha kukri. I haven't seen any Gurkhas on the island, so the conclusion is quite obvious.
Amazing. You do seem more than competent. All right, go in. I'll wait here for the police.
Did you see anything suspicious?
No, sir, nothing. Corporal Ridley had to attend to some private matters upstairs. No one went in, no one came out. Oh, but that means the killer is still inside. Are you sure you want to go in alone?
I'm not alone. I have my friend with me.
Your friend? You mean your gun? There's no one
Never mind, I'll be fine.
The killer's gone. Vanished into thin air.
This cigarette is still smouldering. The edge is covered with blood, but the tip is clean. The edge is covered with blood, but the tip is clean. Can you smell the body odor, John? Someone's been hiding.
There's a nice view from here.
Someone's sweaty.
Don't you? Unless it's a laundry chest. But then it's a different mystery altogether. The case of the vanishing sweaty pantaloons.
远处的城堡还是真的挺漂亮的。
Exactly 100 mangears. Killer didn't touch them.
There's a nice view from here, don't you think? Imagine if we'd been able to get up here 10 years ago. Oh, it would have been the
This blade is a naval
place.
officer's dirk. Sharp and well cared for.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. 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 You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Ridley was attacked by his blackmailer, but before being pushed out the window, Ridley managed to wound him. The killer must still be bleeding.
So what happened? Was there anyone upstairs?
No, the killer escaped. We're dealing with a carefully planned assassination. What can you tell me about the deceased?
We were from the same unit, stationed together at the barracks by the bridge, but I can't say I knew him well. Maybe someone at the barracks could tell you more.
Do you know if the corporal had any enemies? Someone who would want him dead?
No, none that I know of. But then again, there's always the Ottomans. They'd want all of us soldiers dead, I reckon. I hope the police find the murderer.
The barracks are off limit to civilians. The barracks are off limit to civilians.
Nice affordable clothes. Step right. Let's pick something that suits you. Be careful with what you've taken.
You on it?
Help me, please.
Ah, I know this, yeah, let me help you.
好色之徒，看一下有没有其他什么线索。
Excuse me, just one question.
I'd help you if I could, but I know nothing.
May I ask for your assistance?
I'd help you if I could, but I know nothing.
Nice. A room after my own heart.
A little austere for my taste. There are scratches on the floor. The locker was moved. Being the son of a general must be difficult. Rise all the way to the top. Make me proud, son.
Can you imagine me wearing that uniform? I think I'd look rather dashing.
Two tickets to London. Would have been a very different ending for the corporal's story. That's quite a hefty sum. Enough to start a new life. Help me, please.
I don't know, but I'm sure there are others who'd be glad to help a fella in uniform.
Ridley's blood is on honor.
Excuse me, just one question.
I'd help you if I could, but I know nothing.
You obviously haven't thought this all through. Or are you just annoying these people on purpose?
Ridley's blood. Ridley's blood.
Wow. Amazing, right?
Disturbing is more like it. Aha, a curved knife covered in fresh blood. There we go. Doubt that this eagle is purely ornamental.
Careful, Sherry. Locals aren't too happy with what you're doing.
I'd better leave the knife here. Now is a bad time to ruffle my feathers.
Don't! No. What?
The barracks are off limit to civilians. You on it?
Help me, please.
Ah, I know this, yeah, let me help you.
行用标志。
Could you help me?
I don't know, but I'm sure there are others who'd be glad to help a fella in uniform.
Don't pass by. Welcome, welcome. Let's pick something that suits you. Don't leave. Take one more look.
Do you know anything about this?
Of course. Let me help you.
Another knife in the pillar. Another debt paid in blood. Another knife in the pit.
Nice
Don't miss out on the best carpets on the island.
Merhaba. It's a good day for a purchase.
May your purchase bring you joy.
Do you know anything about this?
You'd better think of your safety, madame.
Keep walking, Strange.
Who's there? Who's there?
Merhaba. Bakın.
Who's there?
You are expected. Quickly, come in.
哦，原来是这儿。
My love, oh, I'm so... Who are you? Where's Mark? Answer me or I'll call for help.
You will do no such thing, Jalen. We both know it.
How do you know my name? And why are you wearing this scarf? What has happened?
A flood of questions, but I only have one answer. Mark Ridley is dead.
No, this cannot be. You're lying. Tell me you're lying.
Keep your voice down, miss. I don't have time for a lady's hysterics. Mark has been murdered, and I believe that the murderer is part of this house.
No, it was a secret. We were meeting. How could anyone find out?
The truth always comes out one way or another, but enough of this. Tell me, have you seen anything suspicious here?
No, I heard the servants talking about blood near the main entrance, but I didn't think... This is too much for me. I can't.
Why did you have to be so mean to her?
I wasn't mean. Now is not
I'll be
the time
right
for
here.
pity.
Is that you or your reptilian brain?
Leave me be. Leave me be.
Leave me be!
I'm busy.
I'll be right here.
A bloody trail. Let's see where it leads.
得像一个，这什么呀？哦，这鱼，是像洗衣房，好像是。
Do you think they'd mind if I washed my shirt? I haven't changed in days and I'm starting to smell.
A pile of fresh clothes. How convenient. All soaked in blood. Well, a fresh shirt is as good a lead as any.
So, think you can identify the killer on the first try?
Do you doubt me?
那这是一个厨房。
What are you staring at, you crazy woman?
So, here you are. The wounded eagle in its eyrie.
What the hell? An Englishman here? Why are you wearing a dress?
I hate to interrupt you while you're struggling with your conscience. Perhaps you ought to have made peace with it before doing the deed.
My conscience is perfectly clear, Brit. Do you have any idea who you're talking to?
Indeed I do. You are the obedient son of this house. Obedient and wounded. But let me explain.
I am Ozai, son of Hassan. You are on my father's property, and you better stop all this jabbering nonsense.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I have every reason to believe that you were involved in the murder of Mark Ridley.
Are you accusing me?
That's right, I am. I recovered the murder weapon. It bears an eagle crest, the same crest that is so proudly displayed within your house.
And a proud house we are. My father speaks for all Ottomans on this island, remember that.
Regrettably, I failed to detect much pride in the callow way you ambushed the corporal.
What are you saying? What's all this pickled cabbage?
I'm saying, please pardon the metaphor,
all right.
开打。
Too simple.
Don't bother moving. You've lost. The snuff's ready. Don't cry. You'll give him the pepper snuff.
No more crime for you until next month.
The snuff's ready.
Take a rest, my friend.
Give him the pepper snuff.
No more crime for you until next month.
Dodge this!
Don't cry. Take a rest, my...
Give him the pepper snuff.
I am invincible.
Come on.
You're dead!
Don't cry, you'll live. It's time for you to go to prison, Azai. Come with me, and let's do so peacefully this time.
You'll regret this, Brit.
哦，是吗？
Get out of my face, Brit.
啊，这么牛逼啊！ 在牢狱里享受你的好余生吧，傻逼玩意
You did
儿。
everything right, Sherry, no matter what Mycroft or his henchmen will say.
把我们的装备换回去。
Mr. Holmes, I am in no position to reprimand you, but you should know that your unwarranted intervention will cost us dearly.
I did what I had to do. The killer was brought to justice.
I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. You have undermined your brother's efforts, and now we will have to face the consequences.
Such is the price of law and order, Mr. Estevaux. Everyone must be held accountable for their actions.
Law and order? You are clearly oblivious of the bigger picture, Mr. Holmes. There is no point in us discussing it further. I bid you good day.
You did everything right, Sherry, no matter what Mycroft or his henchmen will say.
Any progress with the case, Mr. Holmes?
我们看下接下来做什么任务啊？这些傻逼干嘛呀？这是。傻逼一群。然后我们看一下，我做这个异国美女，她位置在老城市集路爱马仕大道商队旅馆。我们现在去这个老城区，去画廊看看。看来这帮土匪不服啊！需要存我的衣服到里面吗？看来不用。
Mr. Holmes, you came. Oh, how kind. Though now, of course, I realize it is because of my game, not the works on display.
It needn't be one or the other. Your man's disguise was easily debunked, Mr. Vogel, but I shall admit that you planted in me the seed of curiosity.
Ah, terrific! I had no doubt you'd put the pieces together. Let us call it an opening gambit before the real game begins.
So, this little game of yours, what's it about?
An enigma to solve. A locked area in the basement with no windows found brutally vandalized. I have no clue how it was possible.
And this locked area downstairs, what exactly was it?
The under gallery. It's always shut, and I'm the only one with the key.
Ah, so this is your private collection, not part of the gallery.
Oh, no. It's an exclusive exhibition of eccentric pieces. Only a select cadre of artists, investors, and collectors are admitted. Not everyone deserves to have their eyes opened.
What about this intrusion? What happened?
Last night, I was about to leave the gallery when I heard a noise downstairs. I went to the basement, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It was admittedly a rudimentary inspection. It is not uncommon to get rats down there, so seeing nothing of note, I left and locked up the building. When I returned this morning, alas, I discovered that part of the exhibition had been torched, and there was no sign of the intruder. The mystery being, of course, that all the doors to the gallery were locked exactly as I left them.
And the door to the basement is the only entrance?
Correct. Tell me you're not intrigued.
Well, this matter is certainly within my wheelhouse.
This intrusion troubles me. Please take a look around if you're willing. The under gallery is through the door at the end.
I will see what I see.
I wish I could show you the gallery under different circumstances, but life is beautiful in its unpredictability, isn't it?
我们先参观一下这些作品。这应该是一个中东人，有可能吧？而且应该是一个贵族。从他的穿着打扮来看，水域守护者精神。这个也挺酷的。爱与痛，里面还有，我们向外面看完了。黄色基督，这是耶稣基督受难的照片。这是什么？自杀者的坟墓。是一朵花儿，在流着鲜血在墓碑旁边，不错不错。这是什么？教宗福墓和斯蒂芬六世。这个呢？这个没有介绍。是一幅肖像画，这是一个雕塑，我们到里边看看。这好像是个教主吧，反正也不是教主，就是贵族。这幅画我看这什么介绍？草地上的午餐。身后的柏林顿。这个肖像画的非常细腻啊，但是没有介绍。这是一个雕塑，里面还有这到地下了，是能上去吗？上面不能走，这门里是吗？过不去。我们下对地下看看。地下画廊，你要在这里干什么
？Back home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him.
这是一个死鲨鱼。
A simplistic attempt at provocation.
死鲨鱼来充当艺术品。
Old and hasn't been used for a long time. The left step's length is shorter than the right. It indicates that the walker was lame. Closed with a metal bolt. Footprints. Size 9.5.
这好像从这个烟囱里面下来的，难怪那人发现不了他的踪迹呢，他没走正门呢。
A true artist never shows an unfinished piece.
这也是艺术品吗？我想跟家睡一晚。
Sherry, how about some company in that dreary chamber of yours?
Leave my loneliness unbroken, John. A handprint of the thing from another world. But it looks fresh, and its coal origin ruins the effect of the extra mundane. Sodden and mold-ridden. One presumes deliberately. Ugh, sheer vandalism. Only an ignorant person could do such a thing. A Maopao butt. Coal fingerprints. I think we're looking for a man with a coal moustache.
这幅画好像我在以前某个电影里看过，来自地狱的作品。画作展示是一个地狱的恶魔在吃一个人的尸体。
Saturn devouring his son. Grim composition.
非常阴暗，撒旦在吃人。
The parasites of creativity, or just a reflection of the artist's recreational interests.
Back home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the hatch bolt. He accidentally pushed a shovel to the floor. Vogel heard the noise. At the sound of his approaching footsteps, the intruder hid inside the coffin. When Vogel entered the basement, he failed to notice anything strange and left without properly checking. The intruder waited until Vogel had left the caravanserai before burning the paintings in Wilde's room. But the vandalism was a cover for the theft.
Back home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him. You sure you don't like art, Sherry?
你们有个地方没看啊？这儿啊，这是外面看过了。对，我们有一个地方没看，是这边。幽灵。不错。这个看样子像印度土豪啊。旁边还有个美女在服侍。世界的起源，这个少儿不宜。我们现在
The pieces are not what I expected.
What do you think my collection is about?
Dozens of priceless works amassed simply for the sake of it and presented without care. It's not about the art, it's about excess, yes?
I don't know.
Well, that's absurd. Of course you know. It's your gallery.
There is no one answer, no singular truth, but many filtered through the subjective mind. That forgetting, embellishing, lying machine. Besides, what's wrong with a lie if it makes life more interesting?
What's wrong with a lie? It corrupts the ability of others to behave freely and rationally.
Men never act freely and rationally anyway. It matters not what is or isn't in the end. The only important thing is how you feel. And I simply want to feel and consume as much as I can. Don't you?
Feelings are simply one's animal ancestry trying to wrest back control of the brain. I try to avoid the distraction.
You try not to feel, even in a place like this? None of it moves you?
To be frank, I struggle to maintain even a whit of interest in art.
But Mr. Holmes, it is joy incarnate, mankind's greatest achievement.
Mankind's highest achievement above all others is objective and rational thought.
I see then why you dislike art, for it means whatever you want it to.
Or perhaps, Mr. Vogel, I was lying.
Aha.
Mr. Vogel, my investigation has revealed that the intrusion was not merely vandalism, but theft. The limping visitor left your place with a canvas.
That's very impressive.
This thief was familiar with the gallery and he was sporting a limp. Do any of your clients or artists come to mind?
My. Your attention to detail is remarkable, Mr. Holmes. I should introduce you to Bosch's works. Alas, I'm afraid I cannot suggest a culprit.
The fire was a clever attempt to hide a stolen painting, even if it didn't fool me. I found the remnants of an empty frame in the pile of ashes. The canvas had been removed. Do you know which paintings in the Wild Room may have interested a thief? Were any particularly expensive?
Those pieces belong to a well-known artist named Boniface Mercurio. They're controversial, but not of a notably high value.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the latch and dislodged the shovel while doing so. That's the noise you heard yesterday. When you went downstairs to investigate, he hid in the coffin.
It seems I should have checked the space more thoroughly.
There's something more, is there not? I can see it in your eyes.
Indeed. There is another intriguing angle. I recently received an anonymous offer for one of Mercurio's works. The sum was more than fair, and indeed could have saved Mercurio from his artistic poverty. But he declined it.
Was it a performative whim? Some artists lionize pain and hardship as if their work would be worse after a meal and a...
I cannot tell. But not only did he refuse the deal, He insisted on displaying the painting in the public space. I was hoping to change his mind, but artists are a special breed of stubborn.
What was depicted in the piece?
A bound woman, wrapped in robes, being penetrated by a red devil that stared at us, the viewer. The beast had numerous tails growing from his back, and a large crowd gathered around the pair, silently watching the orgiastic scene.
Okay, well, given the nature of the other works on display, it's hard to see why that one stood out. What could possibly be its value?
The evaluation of art is very subjective, Mr. Holmes. After all, art is everything. A poem, a bruise, the beads of sweat on your beloved skin. Even a masterfully solved crime.
I'm not sure I see the connection.
Regardless, the painting was one of a series called The Sabbath Night in Cordona. The works depict sex, violence, and other controversial acts that life, for better or worse, contains.
Ah, I see.
I'm not sure that you do, but that can wait for another time.
So where can I find Boniface Mercurio?
I know he lives somewhere in Old City, but couldn't be more specific. He's a prominent figure, so finding him shouldn't be a problem.
Well, I believe I have enough to begin. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. Your gallery certainly has unexpected depths.
I'm delighted to have been able to please a friend. In return, I expect you to come back with good news. Or at least with a good story.
看一下任务。我们需要拜访一下这个档案馆。我们现在去档案馆。不错的画廊，我喜欢。希望以后他们能有更多作品，用来让人们观赏。我们现在去档案馆。我向我们换一身装备。啊，这卖书呢，这是。
Mr. Holmes, I see what you're up to. Mysterious stranger pursues betrothed woman. But please, let us keep things professional. I have in my possession an envelope containing details of a special assignment for you. Tell me, are you interested?
I believe I am, but to be very clear, Miss Sertle, my interest extends to the message and not the messenger.
So he claims he's not a gal sneaker, seducing women everywhere he goes. Perhaps the truth is even more scandalous?
Please spare me the speculation. Return to the matter at hand.
A gang of smugglers, the Eels, have Cordona in their clammy grip. The British Empire can abide it no longer. Mycroft insists they be disbanded. But this organization only falls with the capture of their odious leader, Friedrich Panzer. And note well, I did say capture, not kill. Inside your envelope is a map marked with the Eels' warehouses. But alas, we do not know in which Friedrich Panzer resides.
So even Mycroft has his limits.
Indeed. You must be sure to identify the correct warehouse before entering. Because once one is compromised, the other's occupants will scatter. Here are all the files, and feel free to use the archive too. Again, do not enter the wrong location, nor see any harm done to Friedrich Panzer.
Miss Sertle, if you're quite done with the redundant instructions, I shall get to work.
Well, that's perfect. Tortured hero lashes out after rejected romance. Tomorrow's edition will be a sensation.
那么查一下这人的住址。这人长这样，在老城斯卡利特街和奥利弗街之间的爱马仕大道找到他。啊，好，很容易。我们先把目标位置定在爱马仕大道。条鳗鱼，这应该又是一个可以打斗的任务，我们先做主线吧。这个地方在，行，我现在先过去。位于老城区的爱马仕大道。天快亮了，要到黎明了。这是爱马仕大道吗？好像另外一边。还位于这条街上。看看这人在哪儿啊？是你吗？
Are you able to help me?
看来不像。
Go back to your fancy house.
在哪儿啊？这个人在一个铁门跟前。哇，这么长的一条街，慢慢找吧。你知道吗？
Are you able to help me?
It's funny when someone like you asks someone like me for help.
这傻逼玩意儿。再往前走一走。他好像在一个铁门跟前。哦，在附近啊，我看一下。是这儿吗？啊，是这儿。
Excuse me, young man. Where do you think you're going?
Greetings, ma'am. I'm looking for the...
I don't care who you're looking for. You shall not pass. No visitors allowed.
I wish to buy a painting from Mr. Boniface Mercurio. Is he at home?
Dearie, tell me, because old age has made me blind. Did someone write Information Bureau on my forehead? Because I'm not here to answer your questions. Entry is for residents only. If you aren't a resident, please leave, or I shall report you to the police.
应该给你家脖子上咬2个牙印儿，把你血吸干了。咱们得换装备了。真麻烦，我得去换衣服。
Don't pass by. Welcome, welcome. Let's pick something that suits you. Don't
看这要穿什么衣服啊？
be careful with what you've taken. Don't pass by. Welcome, welcome.
好，我们现在过去。哇，这游戏里面小孩真多，满大街全是小孩。
No visitors allowed.
啊，还不行啊！操！帽子。这样的行吗？再试试。
No visitors allowed.
我们不用帽子。
No visitors allowed.
操你妈！我就脱下。怎么着的不对？不对。这是发型不一样，发型没法选的。那我们就把眼镜摘了试试。我戴眼镜。
No visitors allowed.
操你祖宗！你妈逼的！
Boniface, sweetie, is that you? Ah, old age does terrible things to one's sight. I didn't recognize you at first.
How are you, Mum? I'm ashamed to admit that I've lost my key. Do you have a spare?
For heaven's sake, how many times will you lose that key of yours? Of course I have a spare. You artists all live in your own little world.
Please, accept my thanks.
I would rather accept your rent. You promised to pay me several weeks ago, and I'm still waiting.
I will pay you, I promise, very soon.
You'd better do, my dear. Or else I'll just change the lock. And I won't fall for those cow eyes. Do you know what this
傻逼收租婆，
paid rent?
付你妈逼付！ 对，是自杀了。你的房租永远收不了了。
Aunt May whiskey, brandy bucks. Quite a collection he had here. The chest has been searched. Red skin, tails on the back, reminds me of Verda's description of the stolen painting.
那这幅画很酷啊。
I wonder where he got that fancy camera. It appears the wine was truly awful. Despite the overall tendency towards mess, you cannot sit with the drawer pulled out like this. Someone left it after searching. Judging by post-mortem rigidity, the body lay here for 1 or 2 days. The wound is precise. It was inflicted by a razor or a knife. Could be the murder weapon. A normal kitchen knife. Soaked in blood. It seems as if the puddle of blood was here before the rags. The blood has dried.
I've heard of this style of painting. It is called expressionism.
"这个洗脸池。哇，抽水马桶啊，牛逼啊！"
The photograph was not pulled out in time. Such a waste of material. Look at this, John. Isn't it our stolen demon? Mercurio was developing photographs when the intruder snuck in. Mercurio heard him coming. While the thief was searching the chest, the painter ran towards him with a bottle in his hand. He smashed it across the thief's head. The intruder had no choice but to defend himself, and the weapon of opportunity happened to be a kitchen knife. Mercurio stepped aside to grab the painting, but the wine-blinded thief attacked Mercurio's throat. When the thief came to his senses, he saw Mercurio bleeding on the floor. He grabbed the rags and tried to bandage him, but it was too late. Why did Mercurio attempt to snatch the painting in the middle of a fight? To strike the intruder? Not with his painting, it was too important to him. It's time for some chemical magic, John. The chest has been searched. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John? If the intruder didn't take it, the skull should be somewhere here. Nothing behind it. If the intruder didn't take it, the skull should be somewhere here.
这个羊头我们找一下，这羊头在哪儿啊？羊的头盖骨。啊，在这儿。
Monster was actually a man. Poor girl. John, you ought to be thrilled. We are now hunting the devil himself.
What were you saying, Sherry? I was too busy sketching the scene, you know, crimes and such like, daily routine. Did you find something?
A photograph. It depicts a man in a red suit with tails sprouting from his back and multiple people in masks watching the scene. It all adds up. But the act of love, it wasn't given willingly, John. It was a violation. And the girl, she was with child.
Give that to me now. Did you recognize someone?
No. Although the victim is not from Cordona, she is African. Look at the ritual scars on her face.
Get that image out of your brain. You have to continue the investigation.
I must speak to the landlady. Perhaps she saw or heard something.
Sherry, you cannot tell her the truth about Mercurio. It will hurt her.
John, that's illogical. Sooner or later, she will come here and discover a corpse, and I still need to talk to her.
Just avoid mentioning corpse, all right? Stick to the character, tell her to call the police.
I'll take that into account.
And wait here. I've redrawn the people in the photograph. Now you can proceed with your investigation without those horrific details. You always take me to the best of places, Sherry.
What's wrong, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Can you tell me if anyone else has recently entered the flat?
Oh, you're talking about that limping man. I'm sorry I let him in. I was scared. And I thought maybe he would motivate you to find money so that you would pay your rent. No offense, dear.
Can you describe him?
Oh, so you weren't at home. I was so certain you didn't leave your flat that day. He was of average height, had a limp and a tattoo on his neck, and he was smoking Malpal cigarettes. My husband used to smoke those. They have a horrible smell I can recognize from a mile away.
Can I ask a favor?
Of course, dearie.
Please call the police and ask them to enter the flat, and don't look inside until they come up.
What? What trouble have you stepped in this time?
It really doesn't matter. Thank you, Mum.
You're acting so strange today, dear. I hope someday...
Do you know anything about this?
Eh? Of course I know. To cut a long story short.
斯卡拉迪奥和西弗顿之间的维多利亚大桥下，看一下。哦，在这儿，是这个位置，在箱子的起源第二部分。
Did you hear another sight?
Beasts!
Completely livid.
First they come.
Sir, this place is off limits to the public. Please state your business or leave, or I shall request that the police escort you out.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm a private investigator. I'm looking for a witness for a case.
A private investigator? Really? Even so, you're not authorized. I can't let you in.
And you are?
I'm Ronald Harlow, here to handle the refugee situation on behalf of City Hall. I'm the acting supervisor here, so I have full authority here to ask you to leave, or I shall order the police to detain you for trying to pass the blockade. Please, step back.
What about the murder that this crowd keeps shouting about?
It's mere assumption. I assure you that the situation is under the police's control.
I know you want to deal with this in the right way. You are obviously a professional and a responsible person, but you clearly have never handled a situation like this before.
I am handling it, Mr. Holmes. Don't question my capability here.
And tell me how you do it. You can't even calm this gathered crowd, and as for the police, they're not quite managing it either, are they? You consider yourself a problem solver, but until today, you've been solving problems sitting at your desk in a dark corner of a city hall room. Here, you need a more practical approach.
What are you driving at, Mr. Holmes?
I can help you to handle the situation if you're truly interested in solving things quickly and quietly.
And how exactly would you manage that?
Simply tell the police that the time is City Hall, and I'm permitted to investigate the scene. I'll work out the rest, but in return, I need your help finding my witness. She's a young refugee. She's with child, or was with child recently.
Look, there is indeed a dead body inside the camp. So even if the girl you are looking for is there, all the refugees are now being detained and interrogated by the police. They won't allow you to speak with her, and I can't do anything about that until the situation settles down.
So it's in our mutual interest to settle it.
Oh. I suppose that things are bad enough that I ought not shy away from help. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell the police to allow you to come inside. Just tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready to take a look at the scene.
All right. Go inside the camp and find Inspector Tewksbury. He's the officer investigating the scene. Tell him I sent you. Say you're an independent expert from City Hall. He'll fill in the details for you.
I'll find my way with words. Thank you, Mr. Harlow.
Who isn't allowed to visit the crime scene these days?
So they keep these refugees under a bridge like proverbial trolls. No wonder the people ask.
Who the hell are you? How did you get in here?
Mr. Ronald Harlow let me in, sir. I'm Sherlock Holmes, a surveyor of refugee affairs with City Hall. You're Inspector Tewksbury, I presume?
A surveyor? What does that even mean?
In short, I've been sent to conduct an extensive report on the incident for the Colonial Office and to assess all the damage inflicted on state property.
Got it. Another paperworm sent to count money and get food for archive mold. Go on, look around, but don't make yourself too at home. As if I didn't have enough problems before you appeared.
Could you first tell me what happened here?
What happened? People from the bridge above the camp heard a woman screaming and saw a mass of refugees attacking a man. Clearly not a refugee. When the camp guards came by, the man was floating in the sewage canal with a knife in his chest. Bam. A murder. Big news for Cordona.
I'm sure. Thank you, Inspector. Did you learn anything about the dead man?
The fellow looks like a thug. I've had dozens like him fished out of the sea over the past 20 years. Ever since these refugees arrived, there have been people on Cordona with bad blood in them. My best bet is that this thug had something against them too.
And no clue as to his identity?
He had some items on his body, but nothing to indicate who he was or where he was from.
I think I should catalogue his possessions in my records.
Go on. They're on the table near the body.
And none of the refugees were harmed?
One fellow was cut. He's lying over there near their kitchen. He's in a bad way.
You mentioned a woman screaming who attracted the bypassers on the bridge. Was she harmed?
No, she's all right, but perhaps the whole debacle started because of her. She started wailing and the refugees stood up for the girl.
And where is this young woman now?
Back there in the shacks, same as the rest of the refugees. She's been questioned by my men, but she's just some refugee girl. Can't understand much English.
Do you have any suspects yet?
You're joking, right? I've got a whole camp full of suspects. And if you ask me, this bloke had it coming. Better bury him and forget about the whole thing. And now there's a crowd gathered at the camp, and my superiors say we must thoroughly interrogate the refugees. At least those who can understand any English.
Do you believe that your superiors wish to get rid of the refugees?
I think that both our superiors would rather keep the story quiet. Since that's an unaffordable luxury now, they're looking how to protect their public image. That's why I have to waste my time waiting for my people to turn every stone and befriend every refugee.
Here we go again. Number of hours on Cordona. What a pleasant man this Mr. Tewksbury is. These events have fractured into so many pieces. But I know you can collect them all, Sherlock.
Police boots. Always a man's footprint. A heavy boot with a worn-out sole.
Wow, 这锅煮什么的呀？这么大。
£1,000. A fair sum, especially considering British currency isn't very common in Cordona. Malpal, soaked with salt water. A simple leather sheath. Perfect for a dirk. Oh, carnelian agate beads, a traditional African adornment. He is in shock, feverish and dehydrated. The cut is deep, potentially serious if not treated immediately.
Sherry, you know first aid. Surely you have a duty to help this man. You can't leave him to certain death.
Excuse me, just one question. Don't think I can help you, lads.
The refugees have been detained.
Someone was dragged against their will.
Circumstances are clarified. Back off. Back off. Back off.
操！不让我过去。这是鸡和鸭子啊，对，就是。你在看什么？
No one deserves to end up in a place like
里面
this.
什么都没有。
Such a mess. Sherry, we have seen some dark places in Cordona, but this.
If they find out about the passage, about... Nobody will know anything if you keep your bloody mouth shut.
The coppers smell fishy here, Sherry. Perhaps we should sniff around in the camp a little more thoroughly.
Coal dust under the nails. I don't see much coal around here. A steel dirk. Sharp. A common accessory among sailors and soldiers. An interesting tattoo. Does it mean something? I'd say the blade penetrated upward, however, the wound is too messy to be certain. Heavy boots, with one sole far more worn than the other. This man was limping, John. A violent death. But this man, limping. Coal dust. I think we're onto something here, John. Just washed. Better than nothing to bandage the wound.
Did you hear another sailor drowned on the beach? What? Did you hear another...
我们无意之中发现个新的任务。先刚才掉水里了，我们再回那个犯罪现场。哎，走错路了，在那边。这水地里都能淹死，我就奇怪了。
A furrow in the ground. A blood trail leading to or from the canal. Clearly a left handprint here. Someone bled profusely here. A fresh crack, as if the crate was hit recently. I can use this to stop the infection from spreading. Carnelian agate beads, a traditional African adornment. The blood sprayed off the blade after the strike. No hint of blood or impact. It might have been used as an improvised weapon. You know what? I'd like to understand.
What?
How did our dead man end up inside the camp in the first place? Do you know anything about this?
The law can't help you with that.
I think we can find all we need here in the camp. Let's have a good look around.
I'll use it to create a solution. I've plated all the ingredients, now to prepare the first aid solution.
Thank you.
This should make you feel better, my friend. Now remain lying down and drink as much water as you can.
Well done, Sherry. Well done, Sherry. At least he won't die from the infection.
You still here? Go bother someone else with this, son. I've already told you all I've learned. Go bother someone else with this, son. Go bother someone else with this, son. I've already told you all I've learned.
The guards at the sewers were speaking about taking refugees out of the camp. Do you know anything about this, Inspector?
Less than you do, obviously.
And this doesn't bother you as an officer of the law?
I can neither punish them nor put them on the right track, if that's what you're asking. Maybe your friends at City Hall could do something about it, but I seriously doubt that. To be honest, I'm sick and tired of being frowned on for my uniform. If those fine gentlemen you've eavesdropped on are in some shady business, that's on their heads.
I'm busy. Don't you have papers to fill? City Hall lubberheads.
Mr. Harlow, what exactly do you do here? What are your responsibilities?
What I do, and what I am responsible for, are two different realities, Mr. Holmes. On paper, I am in charge of the camp territory, security, provision, and the refugees in general. What I actually do most of the time is knock on every City Hall door trying to obtain some funding, or at least rations for the camp.
The police here on City Hall's behalf too?
They are, minus those who came here after the body was found. The governor won't let the refugees disperse into the island, so there's a significant police presence guarding the camp. Naturally, they answer directly to the police. I have some influence here, but I'm not their direct authority.
Mr. Harlow, how did the refugees end up here exactly?
Oh, so you're not from around here yourself?
I've been away for some time, but I read the papers.
Yes, this whole story has been in the papers for almost a year now. They were smuggled to Cordona on a ship from Africa.
Smuggled? Then why didn't you deport them?
The smugglers managed to sneak them to shore and hide them inside an abandoned warehouse. When the police raided the warehouse and found the refugees there, the ship was already gone. We aren't even certain as to which ship it was. We have busy shipping routes with other colonies these days, you see.
So you decided to lock them up under a bridge?
There was no other option. We're still trying to work out what to do with them. I only hope we'll find a humane solution, and not put them on a raft and float them out to sea.
I'm busy. Don't you have papers to fill?
No, it's too short for these walls or cliffs. Sealed shut. I doubt our man could get through these grates. It's unlikely anyone could get in or out of the camp by water without alerting the police guards. A single Malpal butt. Roadman cigarettes. A brand highly regarded by law enforcement officers. So there wasn't any sophisticated infiltration plan. The good old police just let the man into the camp. Now we have everything we need to get the full picture of what happened at the camp.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
So, we have a thug who came to take a refugee woman with him. She resisted, but he dragged her by force. One of the refugees stood in his way, armed with a stick, yet he could do nothing against a cutthroat with a blade. The man didn't anticipate that the other refugees would intervene and stand against him. In the confusion, the woman managed to break free. The thug took fright and fled. He was stopped by the falling crates. He stumbled and fell, piercing his chest with his own blade. However, the wound didn't cause instant death. He managed to stand, but still bleeding, he lost his balance on the bridge and fell. Before all of this, the man had freely entered the camp through the main entrance. The police admitted him after they had a short smoke together.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword. In our man's case, it's the same sword.
You still here? Your problem, not mine. Your problem, not mine. Your problem, not mine. Go bother someone else with this, son. Your problem, not mine. Your problem, not mine.
Inspector, I believe I can aid your investigation. I know who the dead man is and what really happened here.
You do? Well, good for you. But I'm afraid I'm not the one you need to share your findings with. Speak to Mr. Harlow here. He's the one responsible for settling things in the camp.
You don't even care to listen?
Oh, I do care. Maybe even more than I need to. But I'm only here today to lock the place up, question witnesses, and file the facts. It's sad, but coming up with conclusions is not among my tasks here. You fellows at City Hall do that. Anyway, speak to the supervisor. I'll just stand by and listen to what you have to say.
Mr. Harlow, your refugees didn't murder anyone.
What? Pray tell me what you've learned.
All right, listen carefully. This might solve one problem for you, but will create a few more.
Oh, well, that's a great start.
The man came to the camp intending to kidnap one of your refugees, a woman. What he didn't expect was that the refugees would stand up to protect the woman. A brawl had broken out. In the chaos of it, the man stumbled over those crates and fell on his own blade.
How do you know he fell on his own blade?
The wound in his chest was inflicted from an unusual angle. It was not an offensive stab, shall we say. The refugees didn't touch him. And judging by the blood at the scene, the intruder managed to raise himself but was unable to walk very far. He ultimately fell into the canal.
But how did he sneak into the camp? Why didn't the police see him?
And this is where your new problems emerge, Mr. Harlow.
What do you mean?
You're not a dull-witted man. You know what I mean. There is no feasible way to get into the camp without the police guards knowing of it.
The pile of mess I had to sort out has just become bigger, but somehow that doesn't surprise me. Anyway, I thank you for your help, Mr. Holmes. I'll take it from here. Meanwhile, I'll make sure the police aren't detaining the refugees any longer. You can go back in and look for your witness.
You think one small clock can make any...
Who knows, John? Just one ill-fitting cog could make the whole machine crumble. May I ask you something?
Sorry. We don't see much here.
Help me, please.
Sorry. We don't see much here.
You obviously haven't thought this all through. Or are you just annoying these people on purpose?
You're the one who tended to our man's wounds. I thank you greatly. The police didn't allow us to help him.
The police will leave you alone now. I've proven to them that the man who came into the camp died due to his own foolishness.
Thank you for standing up for us. But nobody would help us without a reason. You're here because you want something.
Yes, I do. I need to speak with the girl drawn here.
The dead man came for her too. He wanted to take the girl away, but we won't allow her to be hurt again. What do you want from Nayla?
Nayla. She was hurt some time ago. I'm here to find the people who did this and bring them to justice. And to find them, I need Nayla's help. Will you let me speak to her?
Justice. There's no justice on this land. But you helped us, so maybe your words are not empty. You can speak to Nayla, if she wants it. But I will be watching you.
Hello, Nayla? My name is Sherlock. I know someone hurt you. I am here to help. I'm trying to find the people involved and bring them to justice. Please. There is a photograph, and I'm sorry, it is terrible, but I simply must ask. Where did this happen? What can you tell me about these people? Christ, Sherlock. Nayla, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this.
You come here for me, but you are rude and cruel and condescending. A cross. The man had this cross. Now go away. Leave us be. I do not need another white man's help.
Oh, glad that wasn't me.
Not my best.
Terrible events are behind that canvas, Sherry.
Nayla doesn't want us meddling. I'm starting to wonder what this all achieves.
But she helped you anyway. Now we know that maniac's face and the cross he wore, we can still catch him.
At least some of your kind have a heart. Thank you again.
You still here? Go bother someone else with this, son. Your problem, not mine.
The intruder has a most peculiar tattoo on his neck, 2 lines and a point. Do you know anything about it?
You really want to know, kid? Why? You want to play a policeman or something?
I'm sure you have it in your records, so it won't hurt if I have it in mine.
In my records, it's just a tattoo, as it should be in yours. Ah, to hell with you. Suit yourself as to what you're going to do with it. Off the record, though, such tattoos are often connected to a man named Mr. Niccolo Bernadotti.
Bernadotti, you say?
A respectable businessman in Scaladio. His company imports goods and wines, and smuggles everything that can be smuggled between the colonies and the mainland. His people can be identified by an obscure tattoo, just like the one over there our friend has. But these are all merely rumors, you see. If Mr. Bernadotti was a criminal, he'd be in prison now. Or hanged, right?
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
You're disturbing a hornet's nest here, son.
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
Sherry, wait. You might want to settle all the matters in the camp before leaving. You probably won't be coming back here anytime soon.
我们的 Sherlock Holmes 从这个角度看有点像 Harry Potter， 从这边看就不像了。我看看现在怎么做这个任务啊。当地著名的商人。
There are still matters we can settle before leaving the camp.
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
Need to collect my thoughts, Sherry.
A contest for the guests of Cordona.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
It sounds familiar, but no. Ask someone else.
Have you found anything helpful?
I'll be right here.
长得还挺像的，应该就这个人。
If you're here on matters of signing up for military service, come back tomorrow. Our department needs to straighten out some business. Why are you staring at me like I'm a Madame Tussauds figure? Didn't you hear what I just said?
On my way here, I was wondering whether you might regret what you did. I tried my best to retain at least a shred of faith in humanity. I had hoped that you would hear her scream, see her face in your dreams, or at least once ask yourself how Nayla might feel.
Who?
Neither of my hopes were fulfilled.
Why are you here?
You defiled a girl who was with child. Don't even pretend that you regret what took place. Do you wonder why I came here? It is because I am disgusted with people like you, and the only way in my mind to rid the world of your ilk is to see you hanging from the gallows.
All right, all right. Is it about money, as you said in the letter? I have it, all right? There's no need for violence.
I've never written a single word to you. As you can see, I have a more direct approach.
That letter, it wasn't from you. So what do you want?
Answers, to start with.
Fine. I suppose now we have a nice long talk. Do you drink, Mr.
Sherlock Holmes? And I do not.
Shame. All the best discussions are accompanied by a glass of whiskey. But out of respect for you, I won't drink either.
Respect? That's an unusual word in your mouth, Mr.
Where are my manners? My name is Thomas Norton, a British envoy in Cordona on a military mission. So, where do we start?
So, let's return to the beginning. What happened at the party?
I vaguely remember that night. As usual at such parties, you meet people, you talk with them, they invite you to spend some time alone with them. What can I say? I got myself mixed up with the wrong company, and somebody must have mixed some psychoactive substance in my drink. After that, it's all blurry. I completely lost my sanity. I made a terrible mistake which I regret deeply.
You don't say. Do refugee girls often appear on the menu at those types of parties?
It's rather rare.
So you didn't attend the party to engage in an exotic experience involving a vulnerable woman unable to accuse you of assault?
I would never have planned such a terrible thing. What happened was just bad circumstance.
Boniface Mercurio, does the name mean anything to you?
He's an artist, right?
The one responsible for the painting that compromises you. I found him dead in his room.
Oh, that is bad. Wait, you don't think that I have anything to do with this?
You had motive to kill him.
Maybe I did, but listen. I know how this looks, but murder? That's on another level. I had thoughts that this Mercutio...
Mercurio?
Well, him, yes. I thought he could have been the blackmailer. But I was too afraid to make any hasty decisions. There were plenty of ways to fail by making a move, so I chose to wait. To see what he would do next. You have to believe me.
I don't believe people, I believe evidence.
Then look at the evidence.
You mentioned blackmail. Tell me about it.
All right. A couple of days ago, I received an anonymous letter. It said that in the art gallery at Caravansary there exists a painting that incriminates me. The blackmailer made it clear that if there is a painting, then a photograph exists too. And I should be wary of what it might do to my reputation.
What does the blackmailer want from you?
Money, of course. What else do such people want? Needless to say, I don't remember anyone taking photographs at the party. Up until the last moment, I hoped he was bluffing. But he wasn't, as you've just proven to me.
Show me the letter.
I burnt it as soon as I read it. I've left enough evidence. There's no need for any more.
The painting that depicted you in the image of the devil was stolen by a mercenary. Did you have anything to do with it?
I might be a rotten person, sir, but hiring criminals for illicit purposes is not in my daily schedule.
And buying the painting in an attempt to hide the crime, is that on your daily schedule?
What would you do in my situation?
I would never put myself in such a situation.
You're young. I could never have imagined myself in my current position, yet here I am in front of you. We all make mistakes, Mr. Holmes, and I'm no exception. Mr. Holmes, I've built my entire career on hard work and uncompromising dedication to the crown. I made a mistake, but I'm not a villain from some cheap adventure fiction. By putting me behind bars, you will benefit precisely no one.
Rotting in prison is the least you deserve, but I have a better idea. You will make amends and help the ones you hurt. Layla deserves the very utmost of what you can do.
Help the girl? I can't risk the press paying extra attention to her. I will do anything except that.
That's not all. Use your connections to help patriate the refugees, find them decent homes, give them jobs. There must be a meaning to your position and my decision.
Yes, all right, I can do that. So, will you give me the photograph now?
I need to think this all through. Don't do anything foolish in the meantime.
What makes you think you can decide what's best for these people?
Have you decided
Such is the arrogance of British imperialism.
啊，保险箱能打开吗？把你保险箱里的钱都给我。
Come on,
你在
it's
哪
not like
里？
we've got anything better to do.
你帮人插画呢？行吧，看你想挣一笔钱。什么画啊？这画一看太次了，这。
Have you thought it all through?
Almost. The refugees, what will happen to them?
Well, I wouldn't be standing here in this fancy office if I didn't know how to pull the right strings. In fact, it's the only thing I know. The local governor will receive a decree signed by the House of Lords containing a request to patriate the refugees in the name of the Crown.
From where did you gain such influence?
I never asked you how you found the photograph. So don't ask the magician how he performs his tricks.
But how can I believe you?
Ugh, I presume you do believe in my selfishness. The initiator of the refugee salvation will be none other than the British envoy, savior and protector of those in need. It's a win situation for me too. Now, what about the photograph?
You deserve to be punished, but the greater good is what matters here. I won't bargain it for justice for Naylor.
I'm glad that this situation is over.
It will be over when you settle the matter of the refugees.
You have my word, Mr. Holmes.
These workers don't look like your average Cordona folk.
They're refugees.
That's our way in, Sherry. You go talk to that beef. I'll sneak up from behind and take him out.
肯定是杀进去啊！
Hey, yo. This is private property. You lost something.
I'm here to discuss business with Mr. Bernadotti. I tried the front door, but...
Mr. Bernadotti isn't seeing anyone. You have 3 seconds to walk away or you'll never walk again. Capito?
It's in Mr. Bernadotti's best interest to...
1.
傻逼啊！
try to resolve this
还
peacefully.
给我数1、2、3呢！操你妈的！哎，我最爱的环节。
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
你傻逼吧你！
I'll
来过来，来这边。叫你妈逼呀叫！
Take a rest, my friend. The snuff's ready.
I will end you.
Don't bother. Give him the pepper snuff.
牛逼啊！你
Overcome him. Don't run.
I couldn't miss the party.
Too simple.
你孙子在这儿呢哈！
Don't bother moving. The snuff's ready. Too simple.
I am invincible.
哇，这他熏不着啊，这么牛逼啊！你有毛病吗？ 啊，这边来，这边来，这边来！过来，来！哇，这都熏不着，这么牛逼啊！你很屌啊！
Time to knock this guy out.
这傻逼玩意儿！啊，这个没用了，这个。还有什么可以利用的啊？这边还可以。来这边过来，来呀！还牛逼吗？还？
Don't bother moving. The snuff's ready.
还有，再来。
I couldn't miss the party.
Too simple. Give him the pepper snuff. No more crime for you until next month.
Put you 6 feet under.
It's all yours now. Go for it.
Này, qua lại. Sợ bí.
Take a rest, my friend. The snuff's ready.
人都干掉。去没用的废物。 哇，才给10块钱，我操！现在一开这个鬼地方。
You've disappointed me so
那
much, Sherlock.
那你来呀
Sherry, look. Is this?
Let's see what's hidden there.
啊，这块太有个性了。
Vogel's stolen painting. Isn't it curious how it developed into a much more interesting case? Masks, traditional for the Chokwe people of Central Africa. A Dogon statue from West Africa. A century old at least.
.还有一个是什么呀
Masks, traditional for the Chokwe people of Central Africa.
在这儿
VH Grindley Flow Blue Tableware. This is what lies behind the facade of Bernadotte Company Limited.
No, sir. Don't hurt me.
It's all right. I won't. An
Like you
amazing
didn't
piece of
harm the
culture.
folks on the
I
way
imagine
here?
Many collectors and museums would be interested in having it.
This marble fella, it's like he was made after my image. You see it?
Don't come any closer. One step and I'll shred you to pieces.
Have you ever tried to pick up your teeth with broken fingers?
Righto. Yes. Yep. Well, excuse me, sir. I think I hear... I've got to... It's better I leave.
Whoa. Oh, wow. That was as if somebody put my words in your mouth. You acted so much like me. This is it. This is where all the magic happens.
The Bernadotte Company Limited trade network reaches the most distant colonies of the Great Empire.
It must be very convenient for a man like Bernadotte.
I suppose it's Mr. Bernadotte with our fine governor. 1875. It was taken a few years back. John, how many people in Cordona have a photograph with the governor, do you think?
You definitely don't have one.
I have a family. Spare me.
So, you've cut through all the guards just to talk to me. And come here, and we shall talk.
Sherry, don't you think this office suits me?
Whenever you're ready. I'd hate to intrude.
Bad news. The thug you sent to the refugee camp only succeeded in stabbing himself. His next and final journey will be to the morgue.
Hold your horses. Who the hell are you?
Sherlock Holmes. And you are Niccolo Bernadotte, a smuggler, kidnapper, and notorious cutthroat, among other things.
Few men would dare waltz into my office and address me like that. You are either overconfident or unintelligent. This is private property. Give me one reason why I should not shoot you on the spot. I am sure my friends at the station would call it self-defense.
Mr. Bernadotte, do you know the name Boniface Mercurio?
I do not.
Mercurio was a local artist. Recently, a man broke into his apartment, ransacked the place, and killed him. The thief was looking for something.
You are testing my patience, boy.
In a moment, the connection will reveal itself. As I said, your man was found dead in the refugee camp. He was there to kidnap a woman, but the other refugees intervened to try and save her. The ensuing scuffle resulted in the man's accidental suicide. He sported the same tattoo as your men in this building. In fact, it also bears a resemblance to the one on your neck. Care to explain what business your man had with this woman?
You have no idea what you are talking about. I can assure you this was no kidnapping. The refugees in the camp are on edge. What happened there is a tragic accident, one I am not responsible for.
For what reason was your man there if not to abduct her?
Why would I answer? You are yet to justify your presence in the slightest.
I was hired, privately, to investigate the recent theft of a painting from an art gallery. My investigation led me to a man from your organization, and thus, to you, Mr. Bernadotti.
That is quite a stretch. Why would I need to steal a painting when I could buy anyone I wanted?
Interestingly enough, I spotted the stolen painting in your storeroom.
I buy and sell a lot of things, Mr. Holmes. Unfortunately, if this is true, it is not the first time I have been sold stolen merchandise. I presume you were hired by the owner of the gallery. Tell them to contact me, and we'll sort out the situation. So, this painting is why you broke into my office. So many words, so little action. When you barged into my office, Mr. Holmes, I got the impression you wanted to talk business. Now I see you had come just to talk. Tell me exactly what you want, or get out.
It was necessary groundwork for what comes next. I have enough evidence to conclude that the gallery thief, the artist's killer, and the dead man in the camp are all the same person.
Your time is almost up, Mr. Holmes.
Before you draw your gun, there is one final detail I am yet to mention. The young woman your man was tasked to collect from the refugee camp had been defiled at a perverse masquerade party. That violation was captured in a photograph by Boniface Mercurio and used as a reference for his painting. The photo shows the attacker's face.
Finally. That's why you're here, Mr. Holmes. You have the photograph.
It is what your man was after when he broke into Mercurio's apartment, and it is what you're after too, isn't it, Mr. Bernadotti?
You have the photograph with you? How much do you want for it?
I am not naive enough to carry it with me, but I am yet to decide what I shall do with it. I know the man in the photo is a British envoy. What interest do you have in his downfall?
I must admit, I am rather impressed by how comprehensively you have pursued this matter. And so, you deserve the honest answer. My business dealings are often arduous in their bureaucracy. A man in his position, willing to look the other way, could ease my work significantly. In return, I will make sure no one looks his way either. A favor for a favor.
Also known as blackmail, the modus operandi of any true professional.
It was not originally my idea. Mercurio set things in motion, extorting the envoy for the most trivial of ends. Money. In response, the envoy hired my man to retrieve the painting and the photograph, eliminating Mercurio's leverage. I only learned the whole story after the artist was killed in his home.
And rather than extricate yourself, instead you took over Mercurio's venture.
It fell into my lap. As a businessman, I simply seized the opportunity. Now, how much do you want for the image?
Why did you send your man to remove the woman from the camp?
Without a photograph, her testimony was the next best thing. Securing her was in everyone's interest. Victims and witnesses all too often disappear. I thought the girl was safer with us. I did not anticipate what would happen at the camp.
I could not help but appreciate the collection of smuggled artifacts in your storeroom. You have rather diversified your business.
Oh, high and mighty of you, Mr. Holmes. Not all smuggling is immoral. I pay generous rates to developing cultures and spread their culture to eager buyers. And furthermore, I supply many immigrants with a taste of home.
A very convenient way of thinking.
I have traveled wildly, Mr. Holmes. I've seen people in far-flung lands for whom my services are a lifeline. Without them, they would starve. The tax on cargo is often so absurd that it would be more profitable to simply sink your ship than dock it in the harbor. And trust me, I am speaking from experience.
I saw refugees from the camp at your warehouse. They work for you.
I have made certain arrangements with City Hall and the police. Thanks to me, refugees can work and be paid. It's a pathway to freedom.
And how much do you save by capitalizing on their cheap labor?
I have heard no complaints. They seem happy just to get out of that slum.
Why should I give you the photograph?
Just name your price.
What if my price were not money? You claim to have connections, Mr. Bernadotte. Perhaps you could improve conditions for the refugees. Give them a chance for a better life.
Ha! I do have connections, Mr. Holmes, but help the whole camp? You are asking too much. I could, however, make arrangements for one person. The woman who was violated will have her own home outside the camp, solely for her and her child. She will no longer be a refugee, but a princess. That I can guarantee.
Is that really possible?
It will be neither fast nor easy, but I can do it. She deserves it, don't you agree? And as for her abuser, he will serve me as much as he deserves.
So in your plan, everybody will be given their due. Especially you, Mr. Bernadotte.
Seems like a fair deal, no? I doubt anyone could offer you better. Simply give me the photograph, and the world becomes a better place. I give you my word. I am positive our deal will benefit everyone.
The front door's now open, sir. You can leave through it. Bernadotte Limited will always look forward to your visits. Please, come in. Mr. Bernadotte is expecting you.
I am positive our deal will benefit everyone.
This is it. This is where all the magic happens.
我们现在返回市政厅，把那个照片交给那个大使。
Have you thought it all through?
Almost. The refugees, what will happen to them?
Well, I wouldn't be standing here in this fancy office if I didn't know how to pull the right strings. In fact, it's the only thing I know. The local governor will receive a decree signed by the House of Lords containing a request to patriate the refugees in the name of the Crown.
From where did you gain such influence?
I never asked you how you found the photograph. So don't ask the magician how he performs his tricks.
But how can I believe you?
Ugh. I presume you do believe in my selfishness. The initiator of the refugee salvation will be none other than the British envoy, savior and protector of those in need. It's a win situation for me, too. Now, what about the photograph?
You deserve to be punished, but the greater good is what matters here. I won't bargain it for justice for Naylor.
I'm glad that this situation is over.
It will be over when you settle the matter of the refugees.
You have my word, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
I've brought news, but not all of it will please you.
Fill me in, Mr. Holmes. I won't shoot the messenger.
I located the thief, but found him rather cold. He was tight-lipped about the painting, too.
Huh, he's dead. How very droll, Mr. Holmes. One presumes you were not responsible.
It was an accident at the refugee camp. He impaled himself on his own knife.
Life is nothing if not cruel and capricious.
I tracked down Boniface Mercurio.
I presume he wasn't delighted about the situation.
He was not having a good day on account of his murder. Killed in his own flat by the same person that stole his painting.
Oh, sweet Mercurio. Perishing in the pursuit of his art. How apt. I will miss his exceptional sense of humor. What about the stolen painting? Have you located it?
I found the painting, but I could not retrieve it.
Well then, where is it?
In Bernadotti's office.
Bernadotti? That shady businessman? Why would he steal it from me?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask him yourself.
I take it you found something more then. What happened to your crusade of truth? Was it not that important after all?
No truth will satisfy you, Mr. Vogel.
It was not an attack, Mr. Holmes. If you've chosen not to tell me, I respect your intention. But it is just rather boring, isn't it?
It is what it is.
Well, now that we've resolved all of our outstanding matters, I have a gift for you. I took the liberty of having it delivered to Stonewood Manor. I am told it belonged to your mother.
Previously, you mentioned there may have been more to my mother's passing than consumption. It appears you were right.
Oh dear. I'd hoped to be wrong.
She was unstable, mentally unwell. She required sustained specialized treatment, but her madness persisted.
I knew that Violet had disappeared from the public eye, but had no idea of her suffering. I cannot imagine what you're feeling.
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. I am curious to see what you have procured.
看一下现在去哪里啊？庄园大门口，我们现在回家。 把这送来礼物吗？
Just look at this thing. It's huge.
这什么呀？
It's a bizarre object, and yet oddly familiar.
像美人鱼的骨架。
Did you just remember something? Yes. A room full of curiosities and artifacts.
Just look at this thing.
Sherlock. So, you continue to pursue the imaginary. I had hoped you might have got all this out of your system by now.
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Get out of my house.
It's my house, actually. I've come to bring you back.
I have no interest in returning, let alone with you. I know you lied about Mother all these years, claiming she was merely ill, but she was unstable. She never had tuberculosis. She was not recuperating, but mentally deteriorating, and you never once thought to tell me. How dare you?
I shall not indulge this petulant tantrum. You can just tire yourself out and then slink back to London with your tail between your legs.
Just tell me everything. I'm an adult now. Show me the basic courtesy of an explanation. You know I will find out eventually.
The goal was stability, and that's what you got. The right thing for everyone was to try and move on from her passing.
The consequences of one's actions determines what is right or wrong.
Yes, exactly. The ends justify the means. After leaving Cordona, Sherlock, you had a normal childhood. In London, I was able to support you, guide you, shape you into a fine and productive young man. You have so much potential, so much to offer society.
But that's not the end. Now I found the truth, and it has shattered everything I knew about her, about you, and about myself. I feel unstable because of you. Your actions were not justified. Lying never is.
Oh, grow up, Sherlock. It was a white lie which has as much use in the realm of the interpersonal as the international. It is time you come to accept that some things are bigger than yourself.
Oh, you are full of it. You like to pretend you care about the big picture, but it's just an ego trip. You like knowing more than others. You like greasing palms and rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful. You like having eyes and ears everywhere. The fact it helps the nation is incidental, because all you care about is yourself.
It's true. I have agents everywhere, including Cordona. If you weren't so damn stubborn, you'd realize that means I'm only here for you.
Just look at this thing. It's huge.
I remember returning home with a pair of perfect sticks. We wanted to turn them into training swords.
Oh, that's right. We stood there, frozen, staring at something huge in the main hall. It was a giant aquarium with a living mermaid in it.
Impossible. It must have been something else. Oh, of course, that mortifying hoax presently taking up space in our front yard.
Well, fine. Your memory's better than mine. But I'm sure we started examining it immediately. And someone else was around too.
It was my mother. She asked what I thought of the artifact.
You were really concentrating and holding something in your hand.
I inspected it with a magnifying glass and was able to confirm it was made of 2 different skeletons. The mermaid was a fake.
And so it was time to smash the thing. Your mother took a hammer and...
Slow down, John. That's not how it happened. I remember other people joined us. The workers took the artifact and placed it into the cabinet of curiosities. It became part of Mother's collection of fakes. She always said that the truth lies in the details. This mermaid helped me to learn that.
啊，这儿也能进来了，不错不错。
Ah yes, my mother's studio. She was an authenticator and this was her cabinet of curiosities.
I never saw the point.
One of the most ridiculous fakes I ever saw. Its owner insisted it was a polar bear. He thought the white paint on the brown fur wasn't noticeable. I remember this cozy blanket. It was perfect for...
Wigwam! Oh, that was a joy to build them. It's a pity how many amazing things are missing from this room.
Watkinson and Holman, Chapter 1, by Wallace D. Oram.
Oh, Mycroft. You always act so serious, but then reads tripe like this.
John, if I remember correctly, you couldn't put this book down. Another fake Holy Grail. Its owner claimed to be the heir of King Arthur. Scarcely believable. He also insisted a deadly rabbit was hunting him. Mother said this was among the hunting trophies of a Scottish Viscount.
So he tried to persuade everyone that his forest was inhabited by these beasts. It would have been thrilling.
The full plate armour of Sir Robert Saunford. I was told my father won it in a wager.
Armour is armour, but look at his sword. Oh, how badly I wanted to wield the blade.
Clearly, it was deliberately torn.
Pistol.
I wonder why someone would do that. The Tulpa. Studies in Tibetan Mentalism. An impressive number of bookmarks. Someone was rather obsessed with this subject.
When you're finished here, can we build a wigwam?
And this one was brought from a German museum. They claimed it belonged to Vikings. Nonsense, of course. Vikings never had horns on their helmets. The so-called mummy of a Persian princess. The defrauders did good work, but missed one small detail. It's the mummy of a man. An archaeological find should be here. It's far better than beneath the old city walls. I'm not sure I want to hear its horrifying, inhuman howl again. 1852, Bingley, West Yorkshire. This photo caused a lot of fuss. My mother spent some time to prove it was a fake. I'm not sure I want to hear its horrifying, inhuman howl again.
Look, it's Roger. This jolly old man's well preserved. Even looks refreshed.
I doubt he drew much interest at the auction.
That's for the best. I'd be upset if he fell into the wrong hands.
So many calling cards. Mycroft liked to keep useful people at hand. Reliable and driven. I recognize Mycroft's handwriting. Officer Luciano J. Placido. Carefully opened. Dated 24th of April, 1869. This drawer was always closed. Only Mycroft knew how to open it.
I remember we tried to break it open and spy on him, but alas, had no success. Maybe today's the day. Oh, Sherry.
Oh, I'm starting to remember something. Ah, the memory comes back. We snuck about watching him.
He closed the drawer and went to the hall. We were like two shadows crawling behind him.
I used this ladder to look at the top shelf, right? On the day of Mother's breakdown upstairs.
Right you are, Sherry.
We heard a noise. I can't recall of exactly what, and we didn't have a great view from behind the statue. Books and papers from the table somehow ended up on the floor. Now it's coming to the surface. I feel it.
Come on, Sherry. Let's go outside. Wait. Did you hear that? Come here, Sherry.
You call this progress? Charlatan, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
So there was a quarrel between them.
有动静。
I heard a noise in the hall. Let's check it out.
One of the most ridiculous fakes I ever saw. Its owner insisted it was a polar bear. He thought the white paint on the brown fur wasn't noticeable.
好像有人进来了。
Sherry, look. An invitation that comes with a mask. We can't miss this, Sherry.
黑暗王子，哇，这牛逼！ 帽子也有吗？哇，真牛逼啊！我们穿这套装备。
I think we deserve a rest.
不错不错，很牛逼的装备。这个是我见过这里面最帅的一件衣服，和最帅的造型。好了，今天的游戏就先播到这里，感谢大家的观看。如果大家喜欢我的频道，可以点击屏幕下方的小铃铛订阅我的频道，同时也可以在留言区给我留言，告诉我你是否喜欢我的视频。好了，我们下期游戏再见。